Hello. Okay, so where were we? I guess I'm gonna replay that last scene. How's the stream, by the way? Is it? When Twitch tells me the stream is unstable, it usually doesn't mean anything. It's just the as long as OBS says it's fine, then it's fine. Typically. Okay.
I can't read it. It's in German. They're busy.
It is a hoot to pester them, but I'm kind of running out of reasons. Maybe I should wait until I have something meaningful to say.
I've already bonded with those two.
Alright, so for some reason Gabriel decides he wants to listen to these guys, and we're gonna do it.
That's a thought.
I might be here. Depends on how chapter 4 goes.
I hid the tape recorder inside the magazine.
I'm a genius.
Just wanted to put this magazine back. It wasn't very good. I wouldn't recommend it.
They're gonna find the tape recorder, aren't they?
I have done.
Gentlemen, you excuse me, please.
I apologize for not getting to you sooner. Have you been enjoying yourself?
Oh, it's been loads of fun.
Good. I'm glad you're going with us tomorrow. We don't get started until the afternoon, so won't have to worry about staying up late tonight.
I have to warn you, my hunting's kind of rusty.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Was? I demand to know what you're doing at this club.
Me?
Baron Gonzalo. Really?
Are you aware that this guest of yours has been asking intimate questions? Poking around in our personal affairs? He must be a reporter. Or the police.
What do we have to fear from a reporter or the police? Although I can promise you her night is neither.
You don't care that he's prying into our private business? What possible motive could he have?
Gar! Please. He's my guest. You're the one who's turning that into an inquisition.
Then it is on your head.
I apologize for that.
You keep defending me. I'm not exactly helping the harmony around here.
Believe me, the harmony was shattered a long time before you came. Gonzalo gets territorial. I'm tired of it, frankly.
Well, I should go anyway. I wanted to clean up before tonight.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Oh,
Good enough
night,
tonight.
night.
I should be home soon. See you then.
Gabriel, oh dear.
Oh, still more cutscene. Hold on. What is that? I guess we won't know until chapter 5. Okay. Hey Lauren, hey Sawyer. Thanks. They just got it. I just got it today, so he fixed it up to in a way that I would never be able to get it to stay. I don't know. I was gonna say something about that. I don't know, just generic comment about Von Zell's paranoia, and I mean, once you're in, you're just in the club. I don't know what else you're gonna do other than just talk to people. Like, what do you expect them to do to not get to know anybody once you get into the club as the newest member? I don't know. But yeah, it's probably going to turn out it's just an ordinary boring hunting club and has nothing to do with any of the mysterious werewolves or the killings going on. I'm sure that's what it is. I didn't play this last time. Could also play Benny Hill to this. Santa? Is that Von Glauer? Okay, so nothing actually happened.
That hole is a trigger for the secret path.
Again?
I don't think I need that. I don't think... I don't... I don't...
pretty comfortable, even if he slept in it.
You think that there'd be some reference in this chapter about the dream or something? I'm gonna sleep in a different bed tomorrow night, you know, something. I don't know. Oh, this is the library. We have been in here. I don't know what I'm doing.
I wish I could read these biographies of Ludwig. Wait a minute. Ludwig II, fairy tale king of Bavaria. I didn't see this before. Yep, English. Huh.
Progress!
Nothing else I can use in the biography section. Nothing else.
There's nothing else on werewolves in the... There's nothing else on werewolves in the occult section.
I'm not sure what other case books would be relevant. I'm not...
Oh, go to.
I'll write to Gabriel, soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water. It wasn't worth picking up the first time. Who should I call? Professor Barkley will call when he finds out something.
What is this?
4th of March, 1864. To King Ludwig II, most gracious ruler of all Bavaria. I beg your forgiveness for my forthrightness in this letter, but I fear terribly for your Majesty's safety, and thus have no time for subtlety. I have heard that the one they call the Black Wolf is close to your Highness. I have been investigating this man for reasons I cannot name at present, and I have learned that he is extremely dangerous and can only have the most dire of motives at heart in anything he pursues. I beg your Highness only this. Please do not see this man alone, nor even with your servants only to guard you. I promise you, all will be made clear very shortly when my investigation is complete. For now, only keep yourself safe. Your most grateful servant, Christian von Ritter, Schloss Ritter, Rittersburg, Bavaria.
The Black Wolf. That was von Rollick's nickname.
Yeah, there's a his tomb at the church.
I'll write to Gabriel.
It's probably all in here for now. Let's look around other places.
Like the lion on the Ritter talisman. Interesting. Ritter ancestors, I assume.
All right. Do I make myself public or private here?
Nice view of the Alps.
I'm gonna go public first. Even though it's a little out of the way, I just want to... Oh, she's not here. No.
I wonder what Gerda's up to.
Do you wonder?
I wonder...
Oh, you mean like where is she? Not, I'm gonna go ransack her desk while she's not here.
I thought Gabriel said this place was stripped. Guess Gerda's been busy shopping with the new Ritter fortune.
Yeah, he at the end of the first game, didn't he just... If you find the money room, which is optional toward the end of the first game, he just like takes as much cash as he can stuff into his coat of the highest denomination, and he's like, $1 million will do me. And then it's like, not anymore. But what would $1 million be worth now? Or not what would it be worth, but like the other way. Like, what is that in today's dollars? Probably doubles twice. So it's probably like 4 million. Maybe not quite 3.5. That's not enough for. I mean, it's a nice sum, but it's not amazing. I mean, you can retire off it, but you can't retire with a life of luxury.
Nice closet.
Just 2 million? So precise. I don't think inflation's been kept that much under control. I assume that assumes a very specific rate of inflation. Or is it just like a website where you just type it in? So I have to do this again? Did I pop it closed? That doesn't make any sense. A million what though? Euros?
I don't want to go back into Gerda's bedroom. She might catch me in there.
I don't think I ever found anything in here. Out here. Yeah, there's a lot of currencies that wouldn't care much for a million of. Wait.
An emergency exit. I guess that makes sense if you're fighting the legions of darkness.
The castle looks huge from here. They've got more rooms left to restore than I thought. The castle.
Still the same thing. Yeah, but I mean, how much is this castle worth though? I mean, a castle this big? Imagine no liens on it. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's your if it's within the family and even though she did say it, I think it was Grace that said it. I thought he would sell it. Like, what? You can't sell it. That was kind of that kind of pickle they're in, right? I mean, imagine you had this, not inheritance, this legacy, this ancestry. You have this ancestral home that was like this. But some mystical spiritual reason you can't sell it. It's just like you get this giant castle, but you're not going to be able to convert that into any other currency. Just make a business out of it. I suppose you can. That'd be more like income rather than just thinking directly in terms of the asset price. Yeah, it's resourceful.
How convenient. When the lord of the manor is slipping through the passageway to his amorous adventures, he can pick up a few flowers.
What?
I can't not press the button when I hear that. That is such a nonsense line. Yeah, it's Gabriel that has the dagger to, if you want to cut the flowers properly. I guess I'll just explore around the town. Oh, also, that's right. Duh. Gabriel has some other castles for us to go explore. Let's see. I think we had that discussion. We just go into town this way. Well, he's loaded with this castle and $1 million in 1994 dollars. So that's what I was trying to quantify. It's like you're rich, sort of, but you're not really able to tap into it. Hey, Fantasy Dreamer. Sorry, Outrun. I don't know where Gerda is.
Martin Ritter, 1190 to 1253.
Could buy a lot of pizza dough with that money.
Jürgen Ritter, 1403 to 1461.
It's not it. Wait, what?
Wolfgang Ritter, 10 May 1923 to 25 June 1993.
What is this?
It's a silver heart. Someone must have left it as a mourning gift.
Well, it's mine now.
It's a silver. It's a silver.
Give me this.
It's a silver heart. It's a silver heart. Someone must have left it as a mourning gift.
Hey, Daniel. Yeah, get your homework done. Yep, we're doing Riven again. Again. We have to. It's fresh on our minds. I have to walk across the useful bridge.
It's a silver heart. Someone must have left it as a mourning gift.
What are the wrong reasons for enjoying this game? I don't know. I am, like, humorously entertained by the FMV. I'm not quite as drawn into the seriousness of the game as I was with the first game. I did play this game like 15 years ago once, and I don't really remember too much of it. So I am still like solving it basically for the first time, even though it's technically the second time. But I am just kind of entertained by, I don't know, the FMV and some of the animations and dialogue and stuff. Whereas the first one I just thought was a better game. It's one of my favorite games, in fact. So, and I've never played the third one, so I have no idea how that's gonna go. I mean, so I might be enjoying this game for some of the right reasons, but definitely the wrong reasons too.
It's a silver heart. Someone must have left it as a mourning gift. These coffins are really old, and they're all Schottenjägers.
I thought Christian was here, but now I'm not seeing him.
These coffins.
It doesn't actually make sense that his would be in kind of the center, right? It seems like you would have the older ones kind of in the middle, and you have to make room for the later ones toward the edges. Dracula Unleashed.
Jürgen Ritter.
I guess he's not here. I thought he was. I would have sworn he was. Hey, T. Pretty sure I want to play Shivers too sometime in October. I think we start at the post office.
Guten Tag. Grüß Gott, Frau Nakimura. Ich habe etwas für Sie.
Oh, it's from Gabriel.
Ja, das ist vom Schattenjäger. Ja.
No, I think you... Gabriel is a working partner and... Never mind. Danke.
Bitte, brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Sure. That's what she's like.
My German isn't good enough for chit-chat.
You talk to Jane Jensen. She wears her jealousy on her sleeve a bit more. I think that was kind of what I was picking up, where, you know, in New Orleans there was a little less competition, and maybe she hadn't well, she deeply cares about Gabriel. She really wants to act like she doesn't, but she really does.
My German isn't good enough for chit-chat.
Man, see, A good funny game has you hit the bell while she's there. Oh, well, this isn't supposed to be a funny game.
Danke. Bitte.
All right. I can look. I mean, I did last time. I don't remember. In chapter 2.
Gerda's being a real pig about those car keys.
Yeah, there was... I don't remember the original line. I couldn't wait till October to play this game. I was feeling the hankering.
Grace Nakamura.
Shh. Look at this. All right. Oh, you're gonna get an ad. I'll read it in a minute.
Guess they're closed.
They left this open, though.
That's the church in the square.
What's the score? Oh, ad just started, so Sawyer probably didn't hear me say that. I don't know. Oh, there we go.
Von Rollick slept here.
Cooties! I mean, you know, it's like 200-year-old cooties, if those count. Oh, it's them. That's going to be important. That's right. I got to make sure I've got my full inventory of sound buttons here. There are still a few that I need to make. I mean, there's always more, right? All right, let's read this. Are we back from ads? It says we got 5 seconds. Right shaded turret. Ha! I did already. I remembered as soon as we hung up the call yesterday. Okay.
Gracie, you decided to come over. That's great. Good and tag and all that. I'm sure you and Gertie are hitting it off. Thanks for finding the werewolf book. I'm not sure what it all means, but it might be useful. But Ludwig II, you know, I think you might have something there. Ubergrau says there are 2 places you should check out. Ludwig had a castle called New Swan something, and there's a museum about him here in chemistry. Something like that. I really think you should spend some time looking into it. Don't worry. Things are going very smoothly this time around. I've tracked a suspect to a hunt club run by a man named Von Glauer. He seems okay, but I'm sure there's something going on with at least one of the others. Don't worry, though. I met a police detective named Lieber, so I have backup. I'll be finished soon. Sit tight and enjoy your visit till I get there. Gabriel.
What does he think? I'm on vacation here? And no address. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight.
Do I start with him? Yes.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
I was wondering if you've changed your mind about telling me where Gabriel is. It's really important.
No. Sorry.
Thanks.
Bitte?
She still says that? Come on now. All right, here we go.
Hello there, dear.
Hi, I'm Grace Nakamura from the castle. Am I interrupting?
Heavens, no.
Have a seat, Miss Nakamura.
Well, I might. For a moment.
Isn't this nice? We just finished our breakfast. Do you want something?
No, thanks.
Good for you. I can never turn down food myself. Now you just tell us all about it, Sugar Pie.
I'm a protagonist. I don't eat and I don't go to the bathroom. All right, let's start with this smaller chit-chat.
You mentioned the other night that you were a demonologist. What is that exactly?
Well, it's not as bad as it sounds, honey. What Emma and I really do is to help protect people.
Protect them from what?
Well, do you believe in the devil, Miss Nakamura?
I believe in good and evil, if that helps.
Oh, but Satan and his demons are real, and they will attack the living. And most folks don't know what to do once they've been attacked. We try to help protect people.
How can you protect people from demons?
Best protection is faith in God, of course. But sometimes faith isn't enough. Sometimes we have to delve into the supernatural in order to protect others. Your Schottenjoggers are just the same.
We are? I mean, he is?
Of course! The warriors of light are rare these days, but they do exist all around the globe.
That's interesting. I just read about a group called Manos del Sol in Brazil. So the Ritters aren't the only Schottenjägers.
Well, they're probably the only ones to use that title, but others have been chosen for the battle.
Okay, so not quite as much, not the entire force of good against evil rests on Gabriel's shoulders, just the German brand of it. Okay.
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
Sure, we saw his castles, didn't we, Mother?
We sure did. Why do you ask?
Well, I found a letter in the Schottenjäger library warning Ludwig about the Black Wolf.
Who wrote the letter?
One of Gabriel's ancestors, a Schottenjäger.
Seems like whoever was using me as a megaphone helped you find that letter. Perhaps you should follow the path something's pointing at. Look into Ludwig.
I intend to.
Well, that didn't help, did it? Was there anything said right there? I guess I can replay it on the tape. No, I can't because it's just notes. Yeah, that didn't help me at all. She was already doing that.
The other night you said something about the Black Wolf. What did you mean? Where did you hear that name?
I wasn't the one talking.
I don't understand.
Well, that's quite all right. The point is, it would be a very good idea to answer those questions, and we must work together to do so. Of course I'll help you, Pumpkin. I'd like to know myself, wouldn't I? It isn't every day one's taken over by a disembodied spirit, and I don't much care for it, thank you.
You're not talking about a seance, are you?
Oh, heavens no.
Thank God.
Emma's right. I'm much better at tarot cards. I can read for you or for someone else if you prefer.
Death, 5 of a kind.
Are you sure you don't know anything about the Black Wolf?
I never did, dear. I told you. Really, you mustn't confuse the vessel with the voice. All I remember was seeing a very bright flash like lightning. Next thing I knew, Emil had me outside. Whatever it was very powerful. Very powerful.
So she doesn't remember saying it, and yet when you bring up her saying it, she knows she said it in that moment?
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to do my tarot reading.
Don't you worry now. I know what I'm doing.
Death, 5 of a kind, or I quit.
Push your vital energies into the cards. This is your soul card. That which applies to all of your lifetimes. It's the Empress. Oh, that's a good one.
What's it mean?
It means that your soul's journey is one of leadership. There's great strength here and intelligence. This card represents what you're like in this lifetime. It's the Chariot. Self-discipline, control. You need to feel you have a plan, that you're testing your abilities. The Chariot's very masculine. In combination with the Empress, it tells me that you're currently exploring your male side. You will seek out great achievement, but it does have its price.
Doesn't sound anything like me.
Yes, dear. The third card represents the other. You've pulled the Magician. Who is he, dear?
Excuse me?
Your other, the Magician. Oh, this is a very powerful card. Major Arcana.
My other?
Everyone has an other. Let's see. I bet it's the Schottenjäger. What's his name?
The Schottenjäger? Gabriel Knight.
A name of power. He is powerful, this one. The Magician is dexterous and cunning, mischievous and manipulate.
That's Gabriel, all right.
And very strong with magical and occult powers. Now this is interesting because your card, the Chariot, is all logic and reasoning, while his, the Magician, is spiritual and intuitive. You two are quite a pair. The fourth card shows what you're trying to
Mulder
achieve
and
at
Scully.
this moment, your immediate destiny. It's the Strength or Lust card.
Lust?
Not that kind of lust, dear. It's a trial card, finding the strength to continue some difficult journey. It also represents the integration of conflicting energies. That must be your Chariot and his Magician energies. Strength also means bonding those energies, loving without judgment, learning to love the beast.
Uh-huh.
So angry.
What is this trial, dear? Do you know?
Well, Gabriel and I are involved with a case right now.
It will be a hard time. You must let your love give you power. Use the positive energy of your union or you may not succeed.
I think you have the wrong idea. Gabriel and I just work together.
Yes, dear. But if I might just suggest, when you're facing negative forces, the positive energy of love is a very vital weapon. You make yourself vulnerable when you resist your own tools.
Just fake it so you make it.
That's been helpful.
I hope so, dear.
Okay. Well, Gabriel's tarot, I mean, all right.
Maybe we should do a reading for Gabriel.
Oh, let's! It's a little like spying on someone unawares, but what the heck? Reach out to the cards and to think about his essence. His soul card.
She took the top one anyway.
Yes, dear. It reflects your other exactly.
Well, maybe, but I'd rather hold out for David Copperfield.
And his lifetime card? Oh, goodness. The lovers.
You mean the sole purpose of his life is in his pants? Doesn't surprise me.
It's not what you think, dear. It's a duality card. As a lifetime card, it refers to Gabriel's own duality. Good versus evil, physical pleasure versus spiritual growth, that kind of thing. His challenge is to integrate the conflicting parts of himself. Until he does, he'll never find peace. And you will find peace when you acknowledge all of him. Find a way to love the worst as you already love the best.
You're really reaching.
Mother.
His other is the High Priestess.
Let me guess. That's me, right?
No, dear, it's not. The High Priestess represents psychic mysteries.
See, now she's jealous.
This is a very different energy from your earthy one. This must be our connection.
You're connected to him, but he's not connected to you.
Someone is trying to communicate with Gabriel. This force is represented by the High Priestess.
That's not much help. What about the Black Wolf?
But it is a help, dear. The High Priestess is a spiritual guide card if ever there was one. The message must have been a warning.
If this force is connected to Gabriel, and if he's so very psychic, then why doesn't it just go to him? Why say it to me?
Maybe Gabriel's blocked. Maybe he's purposefully blocking. There is that duality business. Let's go on and see if it becomes clear. The fourth card, remember, represents the current situation. It's death.
Finally.
Oh. Nothing to worry about then.
Now you just leave interpretation up to me, Sugar Pie. It's a transformation card, dying to one thing and being born to another. It is painful, but it isn't necessarily bad. Two of Wands. Oh my.
What?
A 2 is not good here. Wands is Mars in Aries. That's a war card. In conjunction with the Death card, there are 2 possible transformations.
2 transformations?
Yes, dear. Gabriel is waging a spiritual battle. The transformation might be good or evil. That must be the purpose of the High Priestess. She's trying to guide him.
So you think he really might be in danger?
Oh, yes, dear. Gabriel's very essence is at stake. If he takes the wrong path with his powers, Imola and I will stay in town. You must let me know if anything else happens that we can read for clues. Let the Force use you.
It almost turned into something completely random there.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
Grace is a believer now. You're acting like this is a game of chance. There is no chance in tarot. The probability was always 100% that it was going to read exactly like that. There are your odds.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment. I don't have anything else to say to the Smiths right now.
But if we were going to pretend that it's just a deck of cards, if I knew all of the counts and assumed even probability, whatever that's about, then yeah, I could compute some probabilities for you.
Ludwig remained throughout his life both very bright and very naive. He was an introvert who seemed to be constantly out of sync with traditional views of rulership, money, and human relationships. The world ever failed to match his ideals. Perhaps this was a fault of his sheltered upbringing as future king. He never was introduced to the real world, and the real world failed to interest him as an adult. In his youth, Ludwig was in fine physical condition and loved to hike alone in the Alps and ride horses. He had a hunting lodge, Schahen, specifically for this purpose. Unfortunately, in 1872, a rather traumatic hunting accident befell the king at Schahen, and his leg was cruelly damaged. He never fully recovered from this incident, and his hiking and riding ceased. His physical health deteriorated from that time on, and explains why he looked so unhealthy in later years.
A hunting accident?
Brother and I rolled 4 double sixes. I mean, a double 6 is a 1 in 36. So 2 of them is 1 in 1296. So 4 would be that squared. And you're looking at something around like 1 in 1.6 million. Well, there you go.
Other than his long-standing friendship with the Empress Elizabeth of Austria and with his mother, the relationships Ludwig attempted with others were nearly always a disappointment for him and a bewilderment for his partners. He would become obsessed with someone, a singer, an artist, a nobleman or a peasant, and would bombard them with gifts, praise, and favors. When they would fail to return the depths of rapturous passion he required, the singular adoration and humble obedience he expected, he would grow disappointed and cut himself off from them. The objects of his interest were occasionally women, usually ones he fell in love with after seeing them in idealized roles on the stage, but they were more often young men who fit his fantasies of the heroic sagas like Lohengrin and Parsifal that he so loved.
Let's see.
A good example of the king's obsessive behavior in relationships is the following letter from the Königlich Bayerische Archives, which this author was privileged to access. It is dated 1864, and it was written by Ludwig's manservant, Paul, to a friend. The king has been in high mood these days. The reason, of course, is a new interest. Thursday last, the king attended a performance of Lohengrin in the Wittelsbacher Theater. He came back in a fever, demanding that a man be found. The man, it was gathered, had been sitting in a box across from Ludwig and had drawn the king's attention by his beauty and his deep emotional response to the performance. The king declared that here at last is a sensitive soul. The man was tracked down and brought in for an audience. Upon my word, never have I seen any mind so in line with His Majesty's own. They discussed Wagner and France and Byron and all manner of things until long past dawn. The young man, beautiful indeed to look upon, met the king's enthusiasm and knowledge bit for bit. His Majesty has been in the thick of it ever since, and while I welcome his good temper, I grow tired of fetching letters back and forth to Louis, so called by His Majesty, that should tell you who the young man looks like, at all hours of the night. This author has not been able to learn much about Louis, but he was known to have been a seemingly high-bred foreigner, and he was involved with Ludwig as late as 1880 when he fell into disfavor.
Disfavor? What happened?
The king, especially later in life, felt a great deal of guilt about his sensual nature. His diaries are full of repentant entries begging God for forgiveness and swearing to remain pure. In many of the diary entries, he swears to abstain from sexual relations. The number of these oath entries indicate that Ludwig was not very successful in resisting temptation, yet it is also clear that Ludwig was a God-fearing man and that, though his flesh might occasionally fall, he never surrendered his heart and his conscience to sin.
I guess that's it. She won't even say chapter 6 for us. As far as your odds of your dice go, another thing that sort of matters, what makes the probability much harder to think about, is how much were you actually rolling. I mean, it'd be amazing if you just the spider here dangling literally right here above. There's a spider right here, a tiny little spider. I don't think you can see it on the camera, but I guess it's dangling all the way up to the ceiling, like 4 feet of web. And it's just like floating away. It looks so bizarre. Okay. What was I gonna say? If you just sit down and roll the dice 4 times and you just hit all 4 times, that's amazing. There's your 1 in 1.6 or 7 million. But if you have added stipulations like, well, if you're playing a game where you're rolling hundreds of times, and if you're just looking for the probability of a coincidence of getting the same result 4 times in a row, like, you can make it in a much more reasonable space. But anyway, but double sixes specifically, that does deserve kind of its own category. And that's actually one of the ways they test RNG, or random number generators. There are many tests that you perform, but that's kind of one of them where there are lots of supposedly coincidental streaks that'll occur like that. And what you would do is when you take a very large sample, because a random number generator isn't truly random. It's actually a deterministic calculation off a random seed, but it's supposed to look random. And so in order to test it, you actually look at a whole bunch of those, not just like a double six, but all sorts of other coincidental things, and with their calculated probability. And with a very large sample of, 10 million or whatever, you can go in and see, are all of these coincidences occurring with the correct frequency, right? If you don't have a decent random number generator, if it's just kind of bouncing around in the range and it looks random, but if it's not hitting those coincidental streaks at exactly their calculated rates, that's how you can tell that it's not a valid random number generator. I think it's fascinating that humanity has managed to come up with random number generators at all that actually do pass these tests. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go on a break because I need to go to the bathroom and refill my drink. But I shall return very shortly, and I'll play an ad so that it doesn't play when I get back. Pretty sure those transcendental numbers pass those tests. Okay, too. Hey, Fantasy Dreamer, I talk about this on occasion. I wrote my software to solve that Mastermind game. Could probably use a software developer to actually look at my code and be like, man, you are coding this all wrong. What am I doing? Why am I coming back up here? That's the first letter.
I'm not sure what other case books would...
There's nothing else on werewolves.
Nothing else I can use in the biography section.
Maybe you could research castles? So what do I want to do right now? I mean, they said the other guy's going to call me, so I probably don't need to... So what I understood about Rubik's Cubes was somehow it's proven that any position is solvable in 21 moves or less, but that doesn't mean that it's... But that's just an analysis of the algebraic space. That doesn't mean that we necessarily know what the solution is. Like the ways that people remember how to turn it all, those are not necessarily the fastest ways of doing it.
Who should I call? Professor Barkley will call when he finds out something.
Yeah, so I don't do that.
It wasn't worth...
Yeah, but the solver... I remember I talked about it with Tom on one of those hangout streams, and he was saying just let it run for months, and I was like, yeah, I'm doing that. And I said before, I've like almost cracked the 4x9. I have a little bit running right now. Like if you have just like a 10% increase in efficiency of solving it, that could actually massively suppress the wait time on it. Some of it is coding, though. Some of it's definitely mathematics. And I've always wondered if there's like some other stuff that can be... like if there are true things about the game that can be used to lighten the search tree.
I don't have time to sit around. Too much to do.
What do you have to do, woman? I don't know. There's kind of that disconnect. Like, I think I need to go visit these castles, but he didn't leave an address. So I have to, like...
Gerda's being a real pig about those car keys. Gerda's being a... My notebook. Last night, a man and woman from Pennsylvania showed up at the castle to meet the Schottenjäger. The woman, Mrs. Smith, seemed to go into a trance and warned me about the Black Wolf. 3 Black Wolves? That's a little hard to believe. I'll keep this under the Black Wolf section until I learn more about it.
How do I turn the page? I have to go backwards to turn a page?
Christian Ritter's journal confirms that he was after a werewolf and had connected him with someone called the Black Wolf. Doesn't look like he ever got him, though, because the entries end there, and his date of death is given as 4 March 1864. Same date as the letter. If he died for the letter, it was in vain. The original's still sitting here. I'm pretty sure Ludwig never saw it. Guess that old Ritter curse was doing its thing.
See, she doesn't say the I in 60.
Last night...
Oh, there. It's way over here, not there, there.
Mrs. Smith claims to not know anything about the Black Wolf. She says she was channeling the message from someone else. She says she doesn't know who, but that the force was very powerful. She wants to help get to the bottom of it. I suppose I could use the help, even if she is a bit odd. Yeah, and the Grand Canyon's a bit deep.
It is. Yeah. Thank you. So I don't have to type that out. When I think of very powerful, I think of the Stanley Parable when you jump off the ledge into the warehouse and the narrator calls you very powerful.
Okay, I'm going to log this, even though I have no idea if it's complete garbage or not, just in case it means something later on. Mrs. Smith did Gabriel's tarot, and mine. Basically, she claims that there's this high priestess, a powerful feminine spirit guide, trying to warn Gabriel about this Black Wolf stuff, and assist him because Gabriel is in deep doo-doo. He supposedly got this duo nature. Yeah, Dumb and Dumber.
and he's going to be going through one of two possible transformations. The spirit guide is trying to help him pick the right one. Supposedly not just for him, Gabriel, but for herself and/or someone she represents as well. Maybe one of his old creditors. Also, I'm supposed to help by using my positive feeling energy for Gabriel. Unfortunately, I don't have any, so my pissed off feeling energy will have to do. All this involves a difficult trial, etc. Bottom line, if there is some sort of spiritual guidance for this case out there, I'm more than willing to talk to it. Other than that, I hope Mrs. Smith is wrong about how bleak this all looks. She certainly is wrong about some things, because what she's talking about doesn't sound like a heck of a lot of fun.
You can write whatever you want in your own journal. I mean, I don't keep a journal myself. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. I don't keep a journal myself, but I figured the point of it was to get certain negative energies out of yourself so that it doesn't bleed over to other things. But maybe you're of the school of thought that it reinforces it into yourself and makes the problem worse.
I don't have it. I don't have.
All right. I don't know what to do.
St. Georg Church.
I don't want to disturb her.
The Madonna. St. Georg.
Whoops.
St. Georg. Patron saint of the Schattenjägers.
There she is. Finally. Finally got that cat fight. I get my button ready.
Gerda's here. I wonder what she's up to. Gerda was in love with Wolfgang.
Ew.
Boy, do I feel stupid or what.
Maybe she's back at the house now, or at the Schloss Ritter.
Gerda's at the church.
Oh, it just stays like that. Dang it. I thought we were going to make progress. See, it doesn't make sense that she'd pass me on the way back, but sometimes adventure games allow for this. Do you just want to like move around and reset all this?
Nothing. I'm not sure.
Could always just ransack the place and leave and start a new life somewhere else. I mean, you know, her lineage isn't tied to this shit.
Gerda's being a real pig about those car keys.
But I don't know where to go. I don't have the address for the stuff. The castles.
I don't have anything else to say to the Smiths right now.
Oh yeah, then there's some flowers here. I still haven't heard anything about flowers.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are. I wonder what... I wonder what... I wonder...
Huh.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
Anyway, I wanted to ask you about these.
I really should apologize, but I don't want to interrupt her. Maybe there's something else I can do.
Flowers? Yeah, I guess. But how do I get the flowers?
I wonder...
The screwdriver?
I wonder...
Do I go back through the secret passage? They acted like this was the most convenient flower to grab. It's very much not in our case. Wait, it's not in the library. What am I doing? Does this close every time? No.
I don't want to go back into Gerda's bedroom. She might catch me in there.
Oh, she didn't do the logic of she's busy at the church. Let's go ransack her stuff. No? They make it look like there's way more to do out here. finally gonna pick the flowers? She's gonna get mad that you picked the flowers. Now they're just gonna die. Don't pick all of them at least. Should light the rest of the bush on fire.
I'll leave the other roses on the bush.
It is pretty boring for a secret passage. Going in here. Completely lost track of what I was doing. What a puzzle. You have to find her. Go all the way back. Get some flowers. Come all the way back.
They're beautiful, but they won't last long in my coat.
Oh, I wonder if it's like an iceberg lettuce thing. Like it's going to melt. Like it expires. You have to go get more. Probably not, but it'd be pretty funny. Oh, you give them to her. Very nice.
That's better, don't you think?
No, take it back.
I'm so sorry. I was an idiot.
Gabriel and I, we never...
I know. It's my fault. It's Gabriel's fault. He never tells me anything. I don't know why he didn't want me on this case.
Maybe he just...
Don't even try to make excuses for him. Still, he's up to his neck in it, I think. Will you help me out with something?
You know how I know? A tarot reading.
Of course.
I have to do some research on Ludwig. I want to go see some of his castles.
Take Gabriel's car.
There it is.
There's a map of southern Bavaria in the car. Ludwig's castles are all marked.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Gabriel's fault. All right. With that line alone, I got to play the button. I got to press the button.
The American people are tired of women.
Oh. Oh.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
All right. Oh. And for that comment, you get an ad. So Rittersburg. We'd never go to Munchin. There's no way Gabriel's there. We're gonna go to this one or go to this one? Let's go to this one. Neuschwanstein. Ooh. Tour tape.
Our tour begins in the entry hall. Ludwig II lived from 1845 to 1886. He assumed the Bavarian throne at the age of 18 when his father died. Ludwig's passion was building castles. He built 3 during his lifetime: Linderhof, Herrenchiemsee, and Neuschwanstein. Plans for a 4th castle, Falkenstein, were underway when he died. In addition to his obsession with building, Ludwig also had a passion for classical heroic German mythology, a taste he shared with the German opera composer Richard Wagner. Neuschwanstein is decorated throughout with themes from these stories, most of which directly relate to Wagner's operas.
Yeah, go away. Now I can take some things. Like priceless painting or candle? Priceless painting, candle. Right? Which one do I swipe while he's not looking?
These scenes seem to tell a story, but I have no idea what story. These scenes seem to tell a...
The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried Saga. The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried Saga.
These scenes are from the Siegfried Saga. These scenes seem to tell a story, but I have no idea what story.
The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried Saga.
I wonder where that door leads.
The closed door leads to the tower, which is not part of the tour. The king was making his way to this very door when he was arrested in 1886.
I don't remember iceberg lettuce tasting like anything other than just like crunchy water, I guess.
You are now standing in the king's bedroom. The theme of the bedroom is Tristan and Isolde, the tragic love story retold in Wagner's opera. The opera was given its first performance in Munich in 1865, and a 20-year-old Ludwig attended. This is probably the most elaborate and expensive bedroom ever created. It took 14 wood carvers 4.5 years to create this room. It was this kind of extravagance that bankrupted the king. In the years before his death, he found it increasingly difficult to find money from any source.
Back in the day when the rulers had a money that was tied to reality. And like this virtual fiat infinite money printing shit. What are you doing here?
Did they have running water in 1886? Did they have run? Did they? Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep. Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep.
He's tortured by thoughts of werewolf.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty.
Oh, that's the way I came in?
I don't think...
Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde. Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde.
I'm stressed out with all the potential pixel hunting that might be going on here, though.
Maybe Ludwig thought all...
This is the king's living room. The walls are decorated with scenes from the Lohengrin saga. The king first saw Wagner's opera Lohengrin when he was 16, and it so affected him that he considered it a form of enlightenment. The tragedy of Lohengrin was his essential loneliness. This too was Ludwig's own fate. Ludwig withdrew more and more into his fantasy world of epic heroes and absolute monarchy. An ideal he was determined to create in his castles if he could not have it in his real life. He only wanted to be alone with his dreams, so much so that even his servants were kept at a distance and were not allowed to look at him.
What were you afraid they'd see?
She looks like a giant. She's standing like slightly further back in the background with no... I guess.
These linens look seriously expensive and seriously old.
The miracle of the Grail. The miracle of the Grail.
What can I steal? That's all I care about.
I'm surprised people don't sit in these chairs when the guard's not looking.
We'll break the trend.
I'm surprised.
Set the new trend.
These linens look seriously expensive and seriously old.
Oh, there's more here.
More swans.
The swan motif is featured throughout the castle, but it is particularly prominent in this room. Both the swan and the lily were symbols Ludwig associated with himself. They represented his ideals of majesty and purity. The painting behind the swan shows Lohengrin's arrival.
Go to you have frosting and you want more? What is this?
I can almost picture Ludwig in here. I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room.
This is a reproduction of the grotto from the Tannhäuser saga. In such places, Ludwig could pretend he was one of his beloved mythic heroes. As the grotto personifies, the castles were solitary playgrounds built for Ludwig alone. He believed the masses were too coarse to appreciate fine art, and he seldom entertained guests. In fact, Ludwig had a standing order that upon his death, the castles were to be destroyed. Fortunately, the estate was in such debt that the castles were opened for paying tours only weeks after Ludwig's death. They haven't closed since. It is one of the great ironies of Ludwig's story that the castles that he was thought insane for building are now considered Bavaria's finest treasures. They have paid for their construction many times over.
Well, that's a coincidence. We were just talking about doing that with Schloss Ritter. Wait, are you coming in or are you leaving, T? I mean, I know you weren't participating, but...
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty. I can almost picture Ludwig in here. I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room.
Okay, so this is the correct exit. To get, like... Oh, no! This way. See, there's that exit and there's that exit. What is this? Nope, that's the same one. Oh, that is bizarre. No wonder I was confused. They both go back to the previous room. Now we're in this room.
This is the king's study. Ludwig spent much time at his desk, writing letters, drawing up plans for his projects, and studying his favorite authors. He loved poetry, history, and the classics. In later years, he also studied the occult. What affairs of state he did reluctantly attend to were generally attended to alone at his desk in writing. His reluctance to meet with his heads of state and perform the duties of the king were one of the reasons for the charges brought against him in 1886. But Ludwig dreamt of true kingship and a true monarchy, and the small powers left to him after Bavaria's succeeded power to Prussia only incited his disdain and frustration.
Is it time to return to absolute monarchy? 20th century liberalism has clearly failed. Democracy has failed. It's time for the Iron Fist once again.
I wonder why he was studying the occult before he died. I wonder why he was studying.
That checks out.
I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it.
Well, just wait for the guard to go away. Bye. Leave! Depart from me. There she goes. All right.
I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it. I doubt...
Dang it.
I doubt...
Whoa. That is a strange response. Oh, yeah.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered. Nice view of the Alps.
Ludwig's childhood castle, Hohenschwangau, is visible from the lookout in the Singers' Hall.
So Sawyer, you can't sleep in wide open spaces of any kind? You have to... You just have to, like... go in the bathtub or something? Find the closet, a tiny room.
Nice view.
The wedding feast of Hildegunde and the Baron.
Wasn't so bad now that you left?
Hildegunde's imprisonment.
There must be a story behind these wolf paintings. But what story?
Werewolf. Claustro.
Engelhard courts Hildegunde.
What?
Engelhard courts Hildegunde.
I don't know what that means.
Engelhard and the blacksmith.
I don't like this place at all.
The hunters track down Engelhard and Hildegunde.
It's a really big, complicated, confusing place. And yet, I can't make heads or tails of what I'm supposed to do. That's much better than my dream. I had a dream I was being attacked by an alien crustacean. It was terrifying. It kept growing. It got bigger. It was like this big. It was like a crab-like figure that was clawing at me and shit. I thought I was gonna die, but then I woke up.
This is Ludwig's private chapel. The king was a devout Catholic, as were all of the Wittelsbacher rulers. They supported the Roman Church even when other European countries were dominated by Protestantism. This is Ludwig's private chapel. The king was a devout Catholic, as were all of the Wittelsbacher rulers. They supported the Roman Church even when other European countries were dominated by Protestantism.
Why is Jim not here?
The Black Madonna of Altading. I wonder what her story is all about.
Oh yeah, where's Moss? Good question, because I think he said he'd try to make the he said he'd try to make the Thursday stream. But you know, he really only cares about the ribbon stream this Saturday.
The Black Madonna of Altadine. I wonder what her story is all about.
This looks like a fake. Wait, did I put that in the right spot? I did. $12K power walk. Yeah, you told me about that. You see, I got points, but
More swamp. I can almost pick.
The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser Saga
Titties!
in the Wartburg Castle.
well, there are titties on my stream now.
The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser Saga in the Wartburg Castle. The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser Saga in the Wartburg Castle.
Yeah, there are titties on my stream. Well, I guess I already ruined it. Right there. Titties. All right.
The wedding feast of Hildegunde and the Baron.
Oh! Wait, what is this?
The death of Engelhart. The death of Engelhart.
And Werwolf. Death of Werwolf. Oh, you can go around like this.
Engelhart and the blacksmith. Engelhart courts Hildegunde. The hunters track down Engelhart and Hildegunde. Hildegunde's imprisonment. The wedding feast of Hildegunde and the Baron.
And then she just dies immediately?
The death of Engelhart.
She gets married and just dies? Actually, something kind of like that happened. Not quite. There's like some... Saw some story. I didn't read it because I didn't know who it was, but... Had like a baptism or something, and then... Like, as soon as that happens, there's like somebody drowning or whatever, and he died trying to save him, like, right after, so he had his... There's like some YouTuber or something that gets baptized and there's like somebody drowning. It almost sounds like a stunt, but then he died, so that'd be a pretty bad stunt if that's what it was. I don't think it was. How do I leave? Is it here? See now I'm taller than her. Oh.
In the corner is a brown tiled stove with clay figures of Tristan and Isolde.
Dang it. So if I go here, then I can click this, which is not visible on the other view. I saw this.
Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde. Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde. The Miracle of the Grail.
Hey, there we go. That's the right scale. Hold on, refill time. Also, you're about to get an ad, so let's just get that out of the way. Let's just play that while you won't miss anything. Maybe? Okay. Well, I don't know if there's any more to do here. But I'm bored of the castle.
I wonder why Ludwig was going to the tower the night he was arrested.
Random question. Lauren, are you lurking? You haven't said anything, but you lurked last time. I want to go to the other place. Oh no! More paintings! This wasn't even the place with the paintings.
I can't see the displays until I've gotten past the counter.
That is not true whatsoever.
I can't see the displays until I've gotten past the counter. I can't...
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Normally you don't call out lurkers, but...
Ist das die Ludwig Museum?
Ja, ja. Ludwig der Zweite von Bayern.
Ich hätte gern eine Eintrittskarte fürs Museum.
Ja, 8 Mark für eine Ganztagskarte.
Imagine being able to pay for anything with just
Danke.
coins.
Bitte.
Although I do like the idea of sending in your taxes and pennies. Yeah, there's kind of an unspoken rule on Twitch. You're not supposed to call out the lurkers, but Lauren's a regular, so that's different.
She's beautiful.
It's all subjective.
Elizabeth of Austria. One of Ludwig's few close friends was Empress Elizabeth of Austria. She was a distant cousin of the boy Prince, and he saw her often growing up. Graceful and beautiful, Elizabeth seemed to represent the feminine ideal to the younger Ludwig. Their friendship continued after her marriage, mainly by correspondence. She remained a source of stability for Ludwig throughout his life. In keeping with Ludwig's love of romance and drama, he called her the Dove, and he to her was the Eagle.
Okay. Eagle has something to do with golf, and a dove has something to do with economics. Lauren, birds. Oh boy.
July 3rd, 1863.
She said 60.
Elizabeth, you can have no idea, dear cousin, how happy you made me. The hours recently
Not too
passed
happy.
with
Come
you
on
in
now.
a railway carriage I consider among the happiest in my life. Never will their memory fade. You gave me permission to visit you at Ischl. If the time comes for this ardent hope to be fulfilled, I shall be of all men upon earth the most blessed.
The feelings of sincere love and reverence and faithful attachment to you, which I cherished in my heart even as a boy, makes me imagine heaven upon earth and will be extinguished by death alone. I beg you with all my heart to forgive the contents of this letter.
but I could not help myself. Ludwig.
Okay. Frequently gave Ludwig advice on royal conduct, hoping to protect him from unfavorable public opinion.
Elizabeth frequently gave Ludwig advice on royal conduct, hoping to protect him from unfavorable public opinion. March 1st, 1865. My dearest Eagle, you have not written me in a few months. I have missed you. I often try to imagine what you are doing. I hear tales that you have been on retreat and have not been seen in Munich for some time. I suspect it is this new friend you wrote up so mysteriously that takes you away from home. I hope you are enjoying yourself, my beloved, but I beg you to caution. The people need to see you at the throne. I also hesitate to suggest that what your officials do in your absence may not always be in your own best interest. You have always been a true king, but you must let the people see you to ensure that they don't forget that. E. Your dove.
Beloved. All right, the royalty. I guess we should get used to it. Don't want to contaminate the blood, I guess.
Ludwig's friends were concerned for his mental state long before his arrest. June 14th, 1878. My beloved Eagle, in your last letter you spoke so movingly of your torment that I was moved to tears. What is this torment? Why won't you confess to me what is truly troubling you? You must know that I would never despise you, no matter how horrible you believe your sins to be. Please do not write such barbs to my heart by even suggesting such things. If you do not wish to confess to me, at least tell me how I can aid you. I am always your true one, your dove.
Your true one. Okay. No wonder they died young. Or wait, does that do... No, this doesn't contribute to that. It's really their offspring. It's the kids that suffer.
In this letter, dated November 1886, Elizabeth of Austria thanks Bishop Frank for his assistance in helping her fulfill Ludwig's last wishes. She writes that she knows it was an unusual request, but she believes Ludwig had reasons of his own for wishing it to be done. She hopes that his spirit finds peace at last. No further reference to this letter has ever been found. One can only speculate what the last wishes of a cornered and embattled Ludwig might have been.
Cutscene?
What were his last wishes? This place is giving me more questions than answers.
Okay. It is getting me points. I'm sure this is the chapter that probably has like the missing points I had before. Somewhere. I'll probably miss them again. It just looks like a place that's gonna have a lot of missing stuff.
Ludwig is Prince Charming. He played the part well. I don't have anything to say to her at the moment. Ludwig's Grand Master wardrobe from the Knights of St. George. He looks so regal. Why would he give up all of this pageantry and become a recluse? Ludwig is Grand Master of the Knights of St. George. The Knights of St. George was an aristocratic society dedicated to the acts of chivalry. Ludwig loved the medieval pageantry of the order in his early years, before his increasing reclusiveness drove him to abandon public appearances. I wonder if these pins have any symbolic meaning. signets and sash pins from the Order of the Knights of St. George. These were worn on Ludwig's uniform, as befitted his rank of Grand Master. They are now the property of the Bavarian Crown Treasury.
I wonder if these...
I just told you, I guess.
Ludwig and Wagner. Ludwig loved the opera of his contemporary Richard Wagner. He helped support Wagner's music through much of his life. Ludwig considered Wagner a close friend, often calling him the great friend. Wagner encouraged this infatuation, some believe, for personal gain. Typical artist. Even after Wagner's death, Ludwig still showed signs of obsession with the composer. This letter, written in 1882 by Ludwig to the conductor of the Munich Opera, instructs the conductor to make preparations for a new Wagner opera. The conductor went to see the king as instructed. When he arrived, Ludwig was ill and refused to see him. Nothing further was ever heard of this mysterious new opera. Was it a figment of an ill man's desperate wishes?
I do remember there's an opera going on in the late stages of the game. I don't really remember much more than that. Oh, there's one particular scene, though. Oh, I can't wait to get to that. We probably won't get to it this week, though. I'm pretty sure it's in, like, the final chapter. Oh, it's going to be fun.
Ludwig is offered a crown of laurels by the genius of immortal fame.
Oh, it's funny. It's like in the dressing room. Oh, I've said too much.
26th July, 1874. By the power of the lily, we shall have the strength to resist all temptations throughout the whole year. July 1875. Solemn oath before the picture of the great king. Refrain for 3 months from all excitement. This oath has its binding power as well as its potency by de par le Roy, LNR, DPLR.
What excitement. I need to see more of that diary.
Wait, what?
26 July 1875. Solemn oath before the picture of the great king. Refrain for 3 months from all excitement. This oath has its binding power as well as its potency by de par le Roy, LNR, DPLR.
What did she say? Didn't she say something before the first time she read that? Shit, I wasn't listening. I was looking at chat. That's okay.
June 7th, 1886. A group of men arrive at Neuschwanstein Castle demanding to take the king in custody. With them is Dr. Guden, the doctor who had been in charge of Otto, the king's mentally ill brother. The men have an order for the king's arrest on the grounds of insanity. They are refused admittance by a brave group of farmers and local soldiers who have come to Ludwig's aid. They are forced to retreat to nearby Hohenschwangau. This is the first Ludwig hears of the conspiracy.
Ludwig composes a pamphlet explaining the subversive acts of the conspirators and eloquently pleading with his people for aid. The pamphlet is smuggled out of Neuschwanstein and printed, but the pamphlets are seized before they can be distributed. June 12, 1886. Ludwig knows the conspirators will return. He despairs. He asks his servant for the keys to the tower. The servant, fearing the king intends suicide, says the key is lost. Unbeknownst to Ludwig, the conspirators arrive at the castle. This time, there is no one to stop them. Ludwig is lured from his bedroom to the entry hall of Neuschwanstein on pretense. There, he is taken into custody. Ludwig is taken by carriage from Neuschwanstein to Berg, where his brother Otto had long been imprisoned. This is a great blow to the king's state of mind. While on the way, the group stops at Seeshaupt to change horses. Ludwig asks to see the postmistress, Frau Vogel. She brings him a glass of water and he says something to her. She never reveals these last words to anyone.
Yeah, welcome to Germany, T. My favorite place is Berg. What's yours?
June 13th, 1886. At Berg, Ludwig seems cooperative and coherent. Dr. Guden writes to the government that he has Ludwig well under control. The two men go out for a walk, and Dr. Guden is so confident he dismisses the guards.
When Ludwig and the doctor do not return after several hours, a search is undertaken. The bodies of the two men are found in the lake, drowned. Circumstances unknown.
Hold on. What's two men? Wait. Okay, so it's Guden and Ludwig. Okay. It's just the two of them. It's not that they killed somebody else. Okay.
June 18th, 1886. Ludwig's funeral procession marches through the streets of Munich, followed by enormous crowds of mourners. The service is held at a packed St. Michael's church. Lightning strikes the church during the service, but
No.
His heart is in an urn. How bizarre.
No. I said which two, not what is.
June 18th, 1886.
Or I tried
Ludwig's
to.
funeral procession marches through the streets of Munich, followed by enormous crowds of mourners. The service is held at a packed St. Michael's church. Lightning strikes the church during the service, but no one is harmed.
Ludwig's body is entombed in the Wittelsbach crypt at St. Michael's. His heart is placed in an urn in the pilgrimage chapel at Altading in the Wittelsbach tradition. The urn is shown to the right.
Oh, there's another button I need. Hold on. I'll just pull it up and just play it that way.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Okay. I need to make that button, but I mean, it's easy enough to just pull up the clip, but yeah.
June 18th. Ludwig's body is entombed in the...
Okay, so when I skipped it, I didn't speak. Okay.
June 18th. Ludwig...
It'd be good to just like put into like an AI, just ask it to to generate German sounding nonsense and just see what it comes up with. Whoop.
Oh my god. That's the sleigh for my dream.
Santa!
Maybe Mrs. Smith will know what my dream meant. I have to ask someone. This thing is getting too weird. Maybe Mrs. Smith... The midnight sleigh rides. Ludwig went on long sleigh rides in the middle of the night, particularly in his later years. It is said that he suffered from insomnia, headaches, and toothaches, and the rides soothed his restlessness. The sight of the king's grand sleigh speeding through the countryside of the Alps often startled the peasants and became a superstitious omen of ill fortune. I can see why. But what was he doing out there at night? Ludwig embarking on his sleigh. Ludwig's death mask. Wow.
I was gonna say Ludwig's face. It looked like it's just like cut off the front part of his face.
I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though. I have no idea.
That sounds like a bad omen. It's me with a beard. Should I grow a beard? My last facial hair decision was during a drunk Gabriel night stream. What is this? Here we go.
December 14th, 1881, Linderhof. Order another work by Jennings on the occult. Write urgently to Klug, saying that I insist that the stoppages by the bank cease. I want it, and therefore it must be done. Write very urgently. He must succeed at once, and then must report to me urgently. If I give orders to clear my room, doing so must not be postponed as it happened. Pencils must be pointed without special orders. The day after tomorrow, 1,000 marks. How is Louis now? I want to know whether he looks unhappy. How often have I said that the coffee must not come up boiling hot, so that it can only be drunk after standing an hour? If any more correspondence come from Louis, they are to be burnt immediately, but I am to be informed of their arrival.
Okay, it's just too much lore at the museum and detective work and crap. Yeah, I'm just gonna go on another break and drain the main vein so I can focus on what the heck was just said. I'll be right back. Okay, what was this again? So this is a letter. December 14, 1881?
December 14th, 1881, Linderhof. Order another work by Jennings on the occult. Write urgently to Klug saying that I insist that the stoppages by the bank cease. I want it, and therefore it must be done. Write very urgently. He must succeed at once, and then must report to me urgently. If I give orders to clear my room, doing so must not be postponed as it happened. Pencils must be pointed without special orders. The day after tomorrow, 1,000 marks. How is Louis now? I want to know whether he looks unhappy. How often have I said that the coffee must not come up boiling hot, so that it can only be drunk after standing an hour? If any more correspondence come from Louis, they are to be burnt immediately, but I am to be informed of their arrival.
Yeah, it sounds like a spoiled child talking. I noticed that these underlined, these emphasized parts, I don't see it up here. I don't know. Also, you got 3 plaques for 2 letters.
These are actual notes from Ludwig to his servants. They go far in showing the king's state of mind.
There we go.
They were smuggled out and used as evidence in compiling the order for Ludwig's arrest.
Okay, that makes more sense. All right, I've switched. I've switched my. I've switched sides. I am now team against Ludwig. He's clearly not well.
December 18th, 1881, Linderhof. Every day get up earlier for certain. See to that very particularly. Write it down. Remember that when the great friend arrives at Neuschwanstein, we retire to the hall. We are not to be disturbed. I will not tolerate interference or insubordination.
The whole kingdom is insubordinating your royal ass. All right. Your royal inbred ass. All right, I think I got everything here. Let's save again. Oh, we're gonna speak.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Im Museum ist einen Brief von Ludwig über eine neue Wagneroper.
Ja, ja, ich kenne diesen Brief.
Wo kann ich mehr von dieser Wagneroper sehen?
Ja, ich weiß nichts über Wagner. Das hier ist kein Wagner-Museum.
Ja, ich weiß.
In Bayreuth befindet sich ein Wagner-Museum. Versuchen Sie es halt doch, ne?
Bayreuth. Danke.
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment.
Oh, I have the whole collection, T. The last time I did that, Spy Fox was probably like... That's humongous, right? Or was it Freddy Fish? It was like 2016 or something. Yeah, I've got them all already. Didn't know you guys wanted that. Pajama Sam, yeah. I've done like 2 Pajama Sam games. That was a classic. That was back when we had the grinders. I did 1 Putt Putt game, 1 Spy Fox game. Yeah. So we can pick those up where I left off, like from 6 years ago, sure. Those are great drinking games. Where are the grinders? Bring them back. Who took the grinders? You don't even know the Grinders? It's a humongous game. No. It sounds like it. It sounds like a sitcom. They're twins. They used to be on the Hangouts. And we could never tell which one was on. I think 2021 was the last time they were on a stream. I think they're still in the Discord server though. They've just moved on, I guess. Oops. Yeah, one of them is online, the other one's offline, but they're both in the server. Yeah, there's probably the Uru streams, which would have been 2020. Go 308. Well, I haven't figured anything out yet, according to this, but we have this now. Moss asks about the Grinders a lot.
Guten Tag. Ist das die Wagner Museum?
Yeah, you're an American, aren't you? I'm afraid the house is closed this time of year. It will be open next month.
Crap.
You are interested in Wagner?
Very interested. Very recently very interested.
Yeah. Most of the house is closed for cleaning, but a few rooms are open. I shouldn't let you probably, but if it is only you, you are alone, aren't you?
Endlessly.
Come in and look around.
That's very generous. What do I owe you?
Georg Immerding. There's only a few displays. Besides, I wouldn't be much of a shining knight if I charged you.
Thanks, Georg. My name is Grace.
Hello. Have a good time.
All right. Limited tour. Okay, thanks, Electrike. So I shouldn't trust it.
Wagner's piano. On this piano, the maestro composed his later operas, including The Ring.
Start banging on the keys and breakdancing on the floor, just really abusing his hospitality.
Franz Liszt, composer and Cosima Wagner's father. Franz Liszt, composer and Cosima Wagner's father.
I've heard of him.
Richard Wagner.
Ooh.
This must be a model of Wagner's own theater, here in Bayreuth. This opera costumes. Opera. These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though. These look like I don't see anything. These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though.
Don't even look at those.
The great patron himself.
There you go.
Ludwig as the classical Greek hero.
That's how I want to be remembered. Greek bust.
Ludwig's death mask.
Wait! He has 2 death masks?
A portrait given as a gift from Ludwig to Wagner.
It's not Wagner's death mask, it's Ludwig again.
June 10th, 1881, Munich residence. Great friend, I am writing to you in the middle of the night. My blood is pounding too wildly for sleep. Tonight's performance, how can I describe it? I am unsure whether to be terrified or thrilled. Perhaps I even feel hopeful? If it is hope, you have given it to me, my friend, for the first time in years. We must speak. Something happened during the music tonight, but I must have your absolute confidence. As you love me, come at once. Your devoted king, Ludwig. July 1882. Great and beloved king, Monsieur Beaujolais and I have finished the diagram. We checked the figures many times and Monsieur is confident that it will work. 8 identical fixtures are to be made from the diagram and placed in the theater exactly as specified. I'm sending the diagram with your courier. Be full of hope and have courage. All will be well. Your own, Wagner.
Okay. But that sounds like a puzzle to me.
The death of Wagner. On Ash Wednesday, 1883, Wagner suffered a heart attack in a Venetian gondola on the way to Saint Michel. His wife and the gondolier carried him into a church, where he regained consciousness. Wagner died 4 days later on this sofa.
What I like about the button is it's just the right volume to where it really sounds like it's in the background.
Wagner died on that sofa. That's kind of creepy.
Yeah, don't touch it.
Wagner's death mask.
Wagner's desk, exactly as it was on the day he died.
Let's rummage it.
It looks rather simple considering the grandiose stuff Wagner composed here. It looks like an architectural drawing of a theater. The Wittelsbacher Theater, München. Every square inch is measured. It's a letter from a Monsieur Beaujolais dated September 1881. Looks like he's discussing acoustics and sound waves, and crystals. Wasn't Wagner's Bayreuth Theater already built? Why would Wagner be worrying about acoustics?
No. Oh, we went around in a loop.
Ludwig as the class.
$313.
Wagner souvenirs. Don't think I need any of those.
What's that book in the case?
Cosima Wagner's journal. It's locked up for preservation.
Huh.
Cosima was Wagner's wife, I think. She probably just talks about him in her journal.
So now you got my attention. Now I need to steal it or something? I don't know.
What are you doing here if the museum is closed?
They always like to have a caretaker here. It's a good job for me. I can soak in the atmosphere of the maestro while I compose.
What are you composing?
This? Oh, a new arrangement. One of Wagner's pieces.
For the Bayreuth Opera?
I am only a student at the university. I study music, composition, conducting.
I used to study music for a little bit, and then I stopped. Hold on, I gotta fix this mic stand here. Okay.
Is there much of a call for conductors in Europe?
Ask my brother. He is the conductor for the Munich Opera.
Well, that's convenient. Does that mean you get free opera tickets?
Yes. I get a week's pass to the Opernfestspiele, the opera festival in Munich. It starts in a few months.
Hope I'm still around to see it.
Come with me if you like. If you're still around, I can go backstage and all sorts of things.
I'd love that. If I'm still in Germany, I'll call you, all right?
Yeah, good.
Good, good. Very fast progression of this friendship.
Tell me about Wagner.
He was a character. He spent most of his life trying to convince rich patrons to subsidize his work. Unfortunately, he had expensive tastes. You see, he believed that someone of his genius deserved to live well. Can't argue with that.
But Ludwig II supported him, didn't he?
Yeah, sure, but Ludwig came along very late in Wagner's life. By then, he had already been run out of Venice and most major cities because of debt. Ludwig saved him. And the music. Best thing Ludwig ever did.
Do you know anything about that letter from Wagner to Ludwig in the display case? The one about the diagram?
Ah, no. Some sort of equipment for Ludwig's theater. But I don't know why Wagner would have cared about this. If he was worried about any theater, you would think it would have been his own theater, here, in Bayreuth.
So it's like the perfect frequency to make all the windows blow out.
Have you ever heard about the letter that Ludwig wrote to the Munich conductor in 1882 telling him to prepare for a new Wagner opera?
You're full of surprises for an American.
What do you know about it?
No one knows anything about it. It's like a treasure map, you know? It's probably a complete fairy tale, but it does make you wonder.
You have no idea what it could have referred to? Maybe something that Wagner was working on with Ludwig?
If there was, there's no trace of it. Except perhaps in the dreams of unemployed music students.
Wolf.
Have you ever heard about the wolf panels in the Singers' Hall at Neuschwanstein?
Did my brother send you here?
No.
Probably not. It's only the letter to the conductor, the wolf panels. Oh, my brother thinks I am crazy because of all my theories.
What theories?
This is Quatsch. If there was a lost opera, a lost Wagner opera, and if one could find it, to a conductor, this would be like finding King Tut's tomb. But people have looked for it before. If it ever existed, it is gone forever. My brother says I waste my time even thinking about it.
I always think of what is it? I think it's Beethoven's Third Symphony. Is a lost symphony, right? Is that the one? I want to say it's Beethoven's Third.
I'm curious. Is there any other information that points to the lost opera besides Ludwig's letter and the wolf panels?
It's nothing. I'm not even supposed to have seen it. You see, my brother says that Wagner was too egotistical to have produced a lost opera. If he was working on something new, every person in Bayreuth would have heard about it. On the other hand, it was in Ludwig's character to have wanted a private opera.
But it wouldn't have been private. Ludwig's letter shows he intended it to be played in Munich.
Yes, but that it would get so far without Wagner telling others? Why keep it a secret?
Maybe there was a very good reason for secrecy.
For example?
Like... Never mind.
Werewolf. Yeah, I thought he wrote 9 symphonies, right? But I thought this was something that came up in music class, that he burned his own Third Symphony because it was like a tribute to Napoleon. And then he was like, no, actually, Napoleon's a piece of shit. Fuck this guy. And he just burned it himself because he didn't want it to be played. But I don't know. Maybe that's... I would figure if that was true, then you would have known about it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm completely making it up. But I thought that they said that. Oh, we can? Maybe I misinterpreted the story. I thought he got rid of it so that we couldn't hear it. That'd be interesting if I was actually... That would just be a fault of my own memory of the story. I guess I shall leave. Let's go here. I'm going to refill my drink and return shortly. All right, I'm back too. Sorry I'm late. All right, let's get at it. Here. These Grace chapters are missing that Saints are marching in track at the square. I'm missing that. I could use that right about now. Damn it. Where are they?
Herr Huber?
Yes?
Are the Smiths in their room?
Yeah, I believe so.
Could you ask them to come down, please?
Yeah, natürlich.
No. That's none of your business.
Now you just tell Merle what's going on.
No.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
Brought you down here for nothing. Actually, I probably can't progress in the game until I talk to him. They leave.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
Are the Smiths in their room?
Yeah, I believe so.
Could you ask them to come down, please?
Yeah, natürlich.
Now you just tell Merle what's going on.
I had a dream last night. I didn't remember it at first, but I saw something today at one of the museums.
What was the dream?
I was being chased in the woods by wolves. And I saw a sleigh. Ludwig was inside. He pulled me up, and I thought I was safe. But then he turned into a wolf.
So what do you think, Mother?
A dream of rescue is a spiritual guide dream. The High Priestess in Gabriel's cards must be linked to Ludwig somehow.
What do the wolves represent?
I'm a psychic, dear, not Freud. But the warning I got was about the black wolf, wasn't it? And the wolves in the dream. It must be the same danger.
It's so frustrating. The more I find out, the more questions I have.
Why don't you try a little communicating of your own? Ludwig's the link. Appeal to him. The answers may not come right away, but at least you'll give the guide something specific to say the next time she contacts you.
Isn't there any way that you could, you know, do a psychic reading on Ludwig or something?
That's
To
bears.
tell you the truth,
That's
I've
bears,
tried
Sawyer.
all day to make contact, but I only feel great despair. Ludwig's soul is not at peace.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
I don't have anything else to say to the Smiths right now.
Put that in the notes. On that other server. Need to really explore that exit option. That's something I've always noticed. The exit option, like upon immediately starting a conversation and backing out, there's not enough like dialogue reward for doing that because it's funny and that needs to be called out more. Yeah, we need to have a central repository. Obviously, individual notes are good too. It's whatever allows the free flowing stuff, but okay. Here we go.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back.
Good.
Now we're happy. Now we can have pleasant conversations.
Gerda?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Gerda?
Yes.
You did this twice. Okay.
Have you heard from Gabriel at all?
No, Grace, I'm sorry.
Never mind. I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now.
Okay. All right, T, but the sun is still up, but okay. If you say so. I don't know what I'm doing up here.
I'll write to Gabriel. Soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
All right, but she sat down and assured herself of that. Okay. We're not likely to forget that point, but because I've always thought of that, just like, because there's always that exit. There's that exit option on any dialogue tree. Whenever you enter a conversation, there's all these dialogue options. Typically, just pick the first one and work your way down, or you can kind of choose them in different order. The real reason for the dialogue tree is not really this is a choice as it is to categorize what you're talking about so you can follow along. Because this was probably I guess I would say kind of one of the bigger weaknesses in King's Quest 6, although it was well-written dialogue, you would have these super long linear conversations that probably would have worked a lot better as dialogue trees, which just allows the player to take a breather and, you ask about this thing and you get some feedback about it. And then you pause and then you're talking about this other thing and you get some feedback on that, right? And you work your way down. But just the idea of, hello, how are you doing? Bye, right? I mean, I don't know. Okay. The thing is, nobody ever does it, but it would be really simple. It would be really simple to take a simple stock of whether the player asked anything at all in this conversation or if they just showed up and left. It's not a hard thing to code at all. And you would just have a slightly different response, whether it was just a hi-bye or if you asked anything before you left, which would be a much more natural end to that conversation. So you just have like a special case where if you approached them and immediately left, you would have just some awkward, what? It's not hard and it's funny and nobody does it. I don't understand why they don't. Yeah, it's very easy. All right, so I know not to take this seriously. Okay, everything's flashing. They're saying we just got shit to do all over the place. See, I would make it such that your own character acted like this was perfectly natural, and only the other person is confused by it.
I can almost picture Ludwig in here. I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room. I don't think the guard...
This is the final room of our tour, the Singer's Hall. It was modeled after the Singer's Hall of the Wartburg Castle, where minstrel competitions were held in the 13th century. The hall was built for small private concerts, but Ludwig himself never gave one here. It is said that during the last few years of Wagner's life, he came to Neuschwanstein frequently and performed for the king alone in this room. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. The original paintings were from the Parsifal saga, but in 1882, Ludwig had them replaced, supplying the description and titles of the new paintings himself. While all the other rooms in the castle show scenes from Wagner's operas, the scenes in this room are not from any opera that anyone can identify. It is yet another of the many mysteries associated with the life of the fairy tale king.
Yeah, that's the missing opera right there. Boom. Okay. No, we did this.
There must be a story behind these wolf paintings, but what story? Nice view of the Alps. I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty.
Oh yeah, given the score. I always assume those pick up. Like you get the points are more densely packed later on, but I don't know. I don't actually know. How many chapters are there? 6?
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment.
Me too, Fantasy Dreamer. I think it's that Lost Opera something something chapter 6 probably. I don't remember exactly. It does sound like everything's going to culminate over there.
Looks like it weighs a ton. Ludwig's Grand Master Wardrobe from the Knights of St. George. He looks so regal. Why would he give up all of this pageantry and become a recluse? Ludwig, Grand Master of the Knights of St. George.
You know, there's all this sort of information sleuthing in all these locations. I don't feel bad for not getting all the points before.
I don't have any... I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment.
Where's the figure? One of these rooms has... No. Yeah, here.
It looks like an architectural drawing of a theater. The Wittelsbacher Theater, München. Every square inch is measured.
Gabriel's car keys. He'd have a fit if he knew I had them. A ticket to the Ludwig Museum.
Huh.
8.
Mm-hmm. Part of what makes me smile about it is that I know that not everyone's a fan of it, and it drives them crazy that I do that.
These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though.
Am I being a good person? I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what triggered that comment. Did I say something that implied a problem? I don't know. I guess you're all right.
Ludwig as the classical Greek hero.
I guess good boy or good girl makes it sound like a dog or something. I never thought of you as a dog. I have thought of you more as a person. Hey, Spiper. Ready for more Riven in 2 days? It's going to be interesting playing the original node-based game and feeling more liberated somehow. It's hard on my liver because I think both Riven and this game are good drinking games, which I normally don't drink more than once a week, but now I'm drinking 2 days in a week, which is a lot for me. I don't know how these alcoholics do it where they drink every day. I could never do that. This is a lot for me.
I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment. Wagner souvenirs. Don't think I need any of those. Wagner.
But I can't miss out on the opportunity for either, because these are. Yeah, exactly, Fantasy Dreamer. It's gonna be weird, but I'm gonna. Do you realize, like, as a percentage, how much of the stream is just gonna be me just going back and forth on that bridge? Oh. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry to be just buried in my phone all of a sudden. Okay. Yeah, hold on a minute. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of stuff. I know it's a bad look for me to just like looking into my phone, but what do I want to do? This is probably just broken. One of you said that this is broken. And I keep messing up. I don't mix up all of you, but a couple of you, sometimes I put in like the same category, and that's bad. What should I do next? I don't want to look around this place anymore. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's anything more I need to find in there, but I don't want to look in there anymore. I don't know. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Okay.
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment. Ludwig's death mask. Wow.
Dime a dozen. They're everywhere.
I don't have anything. One of Ludwig's few clothes.
Yeah, we talked about the dove and the eagle and the incest. Okay. All I can do is just kind of circle around and just, you know, make the rounds again over and over and over.
Martin Ritter. These coffins are really old. And they're all Schottenjägers.
Those look better. Gerda must have really loved Wolfgang. Gerda must... Those look better.
And they're dead.
These
Saint Georg.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
King Ludwig II.
I think this is just a dead thread.
Guess they're closed.
At least I have the car keys now.
Nobody has any idea what I need to do, right? Obviously, this is the chapter 4 stream. Whenever I finish it, it'll probably be the end of the stream. I just don't.
Schloss Ritter, birthplace of Gabriel's genetic code. Schloss.
You haven't been doing your homework? What is this? Get out of here. Go do your homework. If you can't listen to me and do your homework at the same time. I definitely understand. I can't do like the two things at once. You got something you need to do and you have the thing you want to do. You can't really. You want to believe you can do both at the same time. Well, I remember you said like earlier in the stream that you were going to try to like have me in the background and lurk and stuff. Maybe I can still do that. Maybe you can focus on it. Whatever the nature of your homework even is. I actually don't know what that is. Is it related to coding? I've heard that you program.
At least I have the car keys now.
And I try to stick the book in the ignition. Oh. Look who it is. It's the resident Australian. With the proper Australian accent. I don't have an Australian accent in any way. Accent. Soya. I shouldn't even try. This is a bad part of the game right now. I'm looking at my choices to be like, I don't want to go to any of these places. Isn't that sad? I have 4 choices. Like, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there either. Because you have like a museum, and another museum. I just don't want to go to any museums. Yeah, I've just been to 3 museums. I'm all museumed out at the moment. Like there's so many exhibits and displays and plaques to read, and that's what I've been doing the last 2 hours. And the daunting idea that I missed something, just some random thing somewhere in order to make the game move on.
I wonder if Ludwig really meant to throw himself from the tower the night he was arrested.
What is this?
I picked up a tour tape in English on my way in. I picked up a tour tape in English on my way in.
On my way into what? What is this? When did this happen? No. I don't recognize this at all. On my way into what? Which one of these?
I picked up a tour tape in English on my way in. I picked up a
That's exactly my reaction right now. Do I need to put it in a magazine?
I picked up
Do the same old trick. Hide it in the keys.
I don't need to mess with the guards. I came to tour the castle.
I picked up a tour tape in English on my way in.
I just go somewhere else. Oh, it's not there. Okay. It only shows you it's the tour tape that allows you to play the tape when you're in there. It only shows up here. Tour tape. Yeah, I was noticing that, but I didn't think of it as like an inventory item.
It's a beautiful crucifix. It's a beautiful crucifix.
You, excited for classic Riven Moss?
The stained glass window depicts St. Louis receiving the last sacraments.
I was hearing from the feedback from other people. They really liked last week's stream. They said it was one of the streams of all time. So yeah, it was too bad that you
I don't think
weren't
the guards
there,
want to be
but
bothered while on duty.
yeah, when it's like catch up on actually uploading the VODs, you have to understand as a new development in 2024, the VODs I'm uploading to YouTube are in much higher quality than the ones that are being streamed directly to Twitch. So there's actually like a significant difference. And it's local nutcase.
There must be a story behind these wolf paintings. But what story?
What? Oh, I found an extra backdoor exit from the whole place. Okay.
I don't think...
That's useful, I guess, if you go room to room to room to room. If you trudge through this whole thing, go through all these rooms, and then go here, then you can go just back outside. Congratulations. All right, I go to. I'll see you on Saturday. I didn't see that comment sooner, unfortunately.
The Death of Engelhart.
I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it.
Want to bet? Only one way to find out. There's no guard here.
I doubt. I wonder why he was studying the occult before he died. I wonder. I want. These linens look seriously expensive and seriously old.
Yeah, that's the point.
These linens. I'm surprised people don't sit in these chairs when the guard's not looking.
It's not just you, Spiper. Definitely got that effect playing the new ribbon on the flat screen last week. Because I was looking at it, it's like everything looks like it's the same proportion, but when I play in the Node version, it still seems like a much bigger world.
I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment. I'm not sure Georg would want to see that.
I'm tempted to look up a hint. I'm gonna be right back. And then I'll decide if I want to do that. All right. What are we doing? All right. Like I toured these 3 museums and everything else. Obviously this is broken. All right. Let's do a UHS. Still have the tab open actually. All right. I'm a terrible cheater. Okay, chapter 4. What? I don't even know if this is referring. It doesn't spell everything out in the final hint, so I don't even know if I did all this or not.
I don't.
The last hint doesn't even make sense when the last hint is supposed to like spell everything out for you in this room.
Ludwig's.
Huh? Don't you want to say goodbye to the nice lady at the counter on your way out? Okay. I wonder what charm school she went to. Dangle keys? What do you mean? That's my ticket. Like maybe I did do this, but I don't understand. Screw it. We'll look at a different thread. Okay, here we go. Hint 2 of 7. There is a certain item in the Ludwig Museum at German word that triggers Barclay's phone call. So, without going any further than that, I haven't checked that in a while. Let's see if Barclay calls. If not, we can go look in the Ludwig Museum. See, now it's too flowery here.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back. Good.
See, now it's too pleasant. It was too pleasant. Makes you wonder if it's sincere. God damn it. I guess I didn't find it.
Who should I call? Professor Barkley will call when he finds out something.
Okay, there is a certain item in the Ludwig Museum at Herrenchiesmisse. What is the Ludwig Museum? Ludwig von Mises. What? Oh. Okay, it's at Herrenchiesmisse. There's a certain item that I missed. I really tried to step through this very
Ludwig is
rigorously. I went to this thing.
July.
I did all this. Remember this?
In no further reference.
Step through all this.
They certainly make an incredible looking couple. They certainly.
Okay, I don't remember that. Where are these letters? Because they're translated. They have both versions. There's the original. Or I assume they have both versions. Yeah, I mean, right? Like if you look at it further backed up, you can see the two blocks of text. It's clearer on some of these other things, right? Where you got the German up top and the English on the bottom there.
Signets and sash pins from the Order of the Knights of St. George. These were worn on Ludwig's uniform, as befitted his rank of Grand Master. They are now the property of the Bavarian Crown Treasury.
I wonder if these pins have any symbolic meaning. Ludwig's diary. Ludwig kept a diary from 1869 when he was 24 years old until his death. The diary provides a fascinating look into the mind of this tormented man.
The original diary is kept in the Royal Archives. A few entries are shown on the opposite wall.
I've got to see that diary.
Okay, I didn't get that before. So it was that display.
Ludwig and
Okay, yeah, I definitely looked at this.
26 July. 26.
I wonder if that triggers it.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Ludwigs Tagebuch im Museum?
Ja.
Wo kann ich Ludwigs Tagebuch hier anschauen?
Die Tagebücher sind ganz persönlich. Die sind in den königlichen Archiven. Niemand darf die lesen.
Guards!
Nein, niemand darf die lesen.
Danke.
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment.
I'll take that as a no. All right, get this off my screen so I stop getting that white screen in my face there. Maybe I wonder if that triggers the call.
Hi, did you have a good time?
Uh-huh. Anything new?
Yes, you had a phone call.
Really?
A man named Professor Barclay. He said you had his number.
I do. Thanks.
Man. All right, I'm going to save here. Makes me mad. It's number 325. Yeah, you double that. That's what, 650?
Hello?
Hi, Professor Barclay. It's Grace.
Oh, good. I have a name for you. It's Herr Josef Dahlmeier, and he specializes in Bavarian history, and I think he's somewhere near where you are.
Herr Josef Dahlmeier. Great, got a number?
Yeah, I do. It's 4982-555-2234.
Thanks a lot. Sorry about the bother.
That's no bother. When are you coming back to school, Gracie?
When I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Well, be good.
You're running from your destiny to assist someone else's. Oh, no. What am I? Oh, that's not right. Go back. Can I write a letter?
I'll write to Gabriel. Soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
Okay, never mind. So we're not at the end of the chapter just yet. Let's see here.
Professor Barclay's Ludwig contact.
Oh yeah, it's a phone number. Never mind. We gotta sit down to. We gotta sit down to call the number. Whatever. There's so much world out there. There's no world out there. It's just a bunch of museums and exhibits.
Hallo?
Hallo, sind Sie Herr Josef Dahlmeier?
Yeah, you must be Grace Nakamura, the American history student.
Yes.
I hear you're interested in Ludwig II.
Very.
Good. There's something I want to show you. Drive to Berg on Starnberger See. Meet me at the Memorial Chapel.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Was there anything you wanted me to look into before we meet?
Well, I was hoping you knew something about someone called the Black Wolf. He was a contemporary of Ludwig's. He lived in Prussia, I think, and he was well connected.
Never heard of him, but I'll check. See you there.
Thanks.
He's gonna be dead. He's gonna be dead before we get there. It'll be just like the professor in the first game. It's gotta be what happens. Is that a spoiler? I mean, that's just a guess. You think I'm right? You have a memory on this? I actually don't. I'm just looking at the rhythm of this. That's just how it feels. Although we've never met him, like in the original game, the first game, we met him a time or two, and then went later when he had like a big breakthrough, and you show up and he's dead. That's a spoiler, I guess. Whereas here, we haven't established this character at all, so it'd be kind of weird to kill him off before we even meet him.
Grace Nakamura.
Sometimes we just have to go with those tarot cards.
It's a memorial chapel. It's a
This is where he died. You must be Grace. Herr Dahlmeier.
Oh, he's alive.
Joseph, I didn't mean to startle you. I wanted you to see it. I feel him here the most, you know, more than at the castle. So, what did you want to know?
Ooh, look at this. We got a scroll. All right, yeah, who are you?
Professor Barclay says your hobby is Ludwig.
Yes. He was the last real king that Bavaria had. As a Bavarian and a history buff, well, that's enough to hook me right there.
But there's more, right?
He was a romantic, you know, a dreamer. And he was misunderstood, maligned.
Sounds like you can relate.
Me? Hell, I have it easy. At least I live in the 1990s. And not every eye in the country is on me. But yes, I can relate.
That is a Kith moment, right?
You know about Ludwig's diary, right?
Of course.
How can I get my hands on it?
I'm sorry. I have been trying myself for 5 years. They keep it locked up tight in the Royal Archives and they don't let it out. They must think it contains things that will hurt his image.
They won't let anyone see it, not ever?
Only one person outside of the government ever got to see it, a biographer, Sir Richmond Chapel. He had friends among the German royals and they let him look at it.
Did you ever try to contact Chapel? Pick his brain?
No, and I don't believe I never thought of that. If you do and you find out anything, you must share.
It's a promise.
Shit. I wasn't listening. What are we doing? God damn it. Okay. I was thinking about living in the 1990s and I think we have a chance if you're willing to embrace the future, Moss. It will never be the 1990s again. But there is a chance that we could have reasonably good times again. I think that could happen. It could be blind faith. But I don't know. We do live in interesting times for whatever constellation that is. But Moss, you're going to have to be open-minded to new game ideas that aren't strictly from the 90s, right? Strictly from in style or content. There has to be, you have to be open-minded to be like, well, here's a new idea that isn't from that time period, but it might be good because that is the actual tribute to the 90s because they were not trying to copy anything else either, right? The actual spirit of that time was making the best of what they had. So if we make the best of what we have, but anyway, that's just gaming. That's just that conversation of that redundant conversation we have about games over and over.
Tell me about Ludwig.
I don't know where to start. There's so much. Politically, the most significant thing about Ludwig II was that he signed over independent Bavarian statehood to Prussia in 1870. Bavaria became a part of United Germany, and Ludwig became a figurehead prince under the Prussian Kaiser.
Why do you think he did that?
Bavaria had been involved in the 100 Years' War. People were tired of fighting. Prussia's push to unite the German states made some amount of sense. Still, Ludwig must have had other options. At the very least, he should have negotiated better terms.
So what was the real reason?
He was manipulated by Bismarck. At least that's what I think anyway.
Yeah, so you didn't watch that stream. My rating of that game is now just barely clinging to a 6. It's like 6.2. Unfortunately. Hey, Spiper. Yep. You did all your assessments privately. You did your deep thoughts and calculations. You know, you've had to watch me figure it out live, right? With the exception of about maybe 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay, you've seen all of my assessments of Ribbon on the fly as I'm playing it, right? 2. I will decree it is illegal to rate it below a 0. The rating scale is 0.0 to 10.0. That is the standard. It is to the nearest decimal point. You can't go outside of this. Would you say the demo was more promising than the game ended up being? No. I overrated the demo because Temple Island is actually one of the biggest blemishes on the game. So it was really just that first impression of this is a generally familiar place, but I can look around in 3D. But in terms of the actual execution of that, it actually got worse as we were looking at it more. Like there was that conversation about the elevation. Like, wait a minute, everything is sunk into the ground more when things were higher up, so things were actually bigger at scale before, whereas now that everything's brought more towards sea level, something somebody pointed out that I didn't notice before. No, Super Gamer, you can absolutely give it 10.0, but it's hard to gain respect for yourself, right? Other people's ratings of you go down if you ever rate something as a 10.0. We're gonna get into it all this weekend. I actually think it was more, I was saying this before, I think it's more like a 9.8 to me. There actually are probably a couple things that weren't perfect, but it is very much up there. It'll be interesting to replay it with the new version fresh on my mind. And the reasons there are actually a couple of marks against it because it isn't quite as is actually accurately pointed out. It's not a fully coherent 3D world. Like you'll be on this elevation and you'll take an elevator down and you'll walk outside and you're at this elevation again. It doesn't quite make sense. That shouldn't be the case. And there are a couple little things like that. You turn the little thing in Survey Island and the handle just pops out again. There are a couple things. But I mean, it's up there though. I mean, I would have liked maybe a couple extra nodes. I don't know, but I mean, again, it's just like really on the margins. I don't know why I'd ever go below a 9.8. I think that's what I give it. It's an excellent game. I'm going to do this again. I'm going to listen to that part of the conversation. King's Quest 6? I'd have to think about it, but it is on some like objective metric. It's very hard for me because I do have that intense childhood bias. I've never done the rigorous work because I just say it's my personal favorite game, but if I was to give it like a more objective measure, it'd probably be more in like the low 9s. Because I know that emotionally I'm going to overvalue certain things about it that don't actually deserve as high praise as I give it.
It's a memorial chapel.
Ad starting soon. Should I wait? Once it goes into this ad starting soon, I can't control it. I can't make it start right now. So I have to just kind of wait for it to just like pop up in your face. Well, you've already seen it, right? I just wasn't listening, so I'll just play it again while you're gone. Ha, you're gonna miss it. Bye, I guess.
This is where he died. You must be Grace. Herr Dahlmeier.
Hello.
Joseph. I didn't mean to startle you. I wanted you to see it. I feel him here the most, you know, more than at the castles. So, what did you want to know?
So, you want to go get coffee sometime? That's what I wanted to know. Okay, if you don't get an ad, that's great. You might sometimes you guys skip one. I'm happy with that. I'll hit this.
Professor Barclay says your hobby is Ludwig.
Yes. He was the last real king that Bavaria had. As a Bavarian and a history buff, well, that's enough to hook me right there.
But there's more, right?
He was a romantic, you know, a dreamer. And he was misunderstood, maligned.
Sounds like you can relate.
Me? Hell, I have it easy. At least I live in the 1990s. And not every eye in the country is on me. But yes, I can relate.
You know about Ludwig's diary, right?
Of course.
How can I get my hands on it?
I'm sorry. I have been trying myself for 5 years. They keep it locked up tight in the Royal Archives and they don't let it out. They must think it contains things that will hurt his image.
They won't let anyone see it, not ever?
Only one person outside of the government ever got to see it, a biographer, Sir Richmond Chapel. He had friends among the German royals and they let him look at it.
Did you ever try to contact Chapel? Pick his brain?
No, and I don't believe I never thought of that. If you do and you find out anything, you must share.
It's a promise.
Okay, so that's what it is. So there's like some royal guy named Chapel? Is that what I'm hearing? And I want to pick his brain about the diary and come back and tell this guy, at least as a promise, but it's just a promise. Nobody cares. Except him, but nobody cares. Okay. That was the main thing I needed to catch.
Tell me about Ludwig.
I don't know where to start. There's so much. Politically, the most significant thing about Ludwig II was that he signed over independent Bavarian statehood to Prussia in 1870. Bavaria became a part of United Germany, and Ludwig became a figurehead prince under the Prussian Kaiser.
Why do you think he did that?
Bavaria had been involved in the 100 Years' War. People were tired of fighting. Prussia's push to unite the German states made some amount of sense. Still, Ludwig must have had other options. At the very least, he should have negotiated better terms.
So what was the real reason?
He was manipulated by Bismarck. At least that's what I think anyway.
What about Ludwig personally?
You'll find two perspectives on Ludwig. The view the tourists get is the romantic ideal, Ludwig the tormented loner. Then there is the historian's point of view. Ludwig was plagued with guilt over his sexual orientation and was driven mad with self-loathing.
But I take it you're not buying either point of view.
Well, it's all too convenient, isn't it? That he was a devout Catholic, there is no question, and I'm sure there were pressures on him to be normal. But he was no prude. He loved Byron. Yes. Philosophy, the French court. If anything, Ludwig was too much an egomaniac. He didn't give a damn what anyone thought. And besides, he didn't try to hide any of his relationships. If he suffered from anything in his romantic life, it was disillusionment. No one loved him back as purely as he himself loved.
Well, if it wasn't sexual guilt that tormented him, what was it?
I don't know. His diary was filled with self-guilt, but I'm sure it's not about that. If I knew, I'd write my own book, set the record straight, so to speak. Yeah,
So I feel like this whole gay stuff is a diversion. The real issue is that he loved his cousin.
Have you read anything about Ludwig's midnight sleigh rides?
Would that have been something? To be out at night and suddenly see him sweep by with his entourage? They say the night agitated Ludwig, and that being outdoors and the rushing feeling of the sleigh calmed him down. Sometimes even the sleigh wasn't enough. He would stop in some remote woods, order his servants to stay put, and go wandering off by himself for hours. It drove the servants crazy.
Yeah, you weren't here, Super Gamer. We talked about that earlier. About keeping the bloodline pure.
Tell me about Bismarck.
Bismarck. He was the Prussian Kaiser's chancellor.
The capital of North Dakota, right?
Bismarck had a reputation for learning people's weaknesses and manipulating them. It's a matter of record that he had spies on Ludwig's staff. He may even have had a henchman even closer to the king. And he was involved in the conspiracy to declare Ludwig insane.
See, there's just so much information, but Grace doesn't have the tape recorder like Gabriel does. She just takes notes, which is not quite as effective.
Did you find out anything about the Black Wolf?
I did. I'd read about him before, but I hadn't realized that was who you were talking about. His name was Godin, Paul Godin. I found a reference to his being called the Black Wolf after you telephoned.
I've never heard of him. Who was he?
Godin lived on the fringes of the Prussian court. He was handsome, charming, dangerous, or so they say. He was variously rumored to have been a foreign prince, a Prussian spy, even an assassin. Since you were interested in him, I found out some things that are probably true. It said he came from abroad in the mid-1800s, but claimed high German blood.
Do you know where he came from?
No. And he was ruthlessly ambitious. He probably found out who held the power, Bismarck, and offered his services. Bismarck was a good judge of talent, of that sort anyway.
I think he's dead, Sawyer. Are we talking about Ludwig's history from like 100 years ago, or am I not understanding?
What else do you know about Godin?
He must have done something remarkable. Bismarck was not a generous man. He liked to string people along with promises, but rarely came through. He did for Godin, though. He gave him a royal title and lands in 1863. And that was the last reference I found to him.
Well, how could he just disappear?
It's not that unusual. Back then, when you were given a title, you usually changed your name and moved to a place where no one knew your past, so you could act with impunity, or be a pompous ass and get away with it.
Is there any way to find out what Godin was called after he got his title?
Is it that critical?
It might be.
Well, you could send away for a copy of the entitlement deed, assuming it has been destroyed during one of the wars. Godin's new name would be on it. But you would need a research permit from the government to access those records, and they can be very hard to get. A lot of red tape.
Great. What do you know about Ludwig's hunting accident?
A couple of years ago, I was introduced to this great old man, a real old world farmer. Well, his grandfather was Richard Horning, Ludwig's equestrian. Oh, he told some great Ludwig stories. Sometimes I get lucky. Anyway, he said that after the hunting accident, Ludwig got terribly ill, that he had a fever and was acting crazy. They were afraid that the wolf had been carrying a disease or that the bite had gone septic.
A wolf bit him?
Yeah, it's not so unusual.
I was going to figure that out, then he said it.
Then. The servants were really worried, but Ludwig recovered, physically anyway. Horning's grandfather said it was the fever that broke Ludwig's mind, that he was worse than ever after that.
Man, I was going to figure out that the hunting accident was a wolf bite, and then they said it. So I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm smart for figuring out something that is just given to me.
What do you mean Ludwig got worse after the accident?
Ludwig always had been a very private person. But after the accident, he got darker, more crazy. Towards the end, he was even forcing his servants to enter his chambers bent over so they couldn't see his face. Horning's grandfather said his temper was fearsome. He would fly into a rage at the least mistake.
Must have been terrified of him.
Yes, well. Horning's grandfather felt sorry for Ludwig, and Ludwig hated his own violence. He was always giving gifts to his servants to apologize.
This is consistent. We read about some of this in the museum, I think. I think I picked this up before.
You mentioned that there were other reasons why Ludwig's servants feared him.
Ah, that's another of Horning's mysteries. There's a story about Neuschwanstein. Apparently, there was a period of time of 2 or 3 months when Wagner would come and visit him
Wagner?
there. Yeah. The two would lock themselves in the singer's hall. Horning's grandfather said the sounds that came from there were awful. Well, the servants had superstitious minds anyway. Some of them quit over it, just walked away.
What kind of sounds?
Horning's grandfather called them heartbreaking and ungodly. Maybe it was Wagner trying to sing.
Well, I guess that's all for now. Thanks for your help.
It's my pleasure. And if you ever want to talk again, just give me a call. I'll meet you down.
I will. Thanks.
Servus.
Well, bye. This is where they found Ludwig's body. This is... I wonder what it felt like under there. I wonder what it felt like under there.
All right, 339. Let's go. I will never understand this game to the depth that I understand Riven. But I am enjoying it on stream, at least. Just saying everything except that? Okay. Could be a mistake, but...
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
Let's make an FMV
At
game.
least I have the car keys now.
We gotta make sure the cameras are really grainy.
Good.
Gerda?
Yes?
Gerda, do you have any idea where I could get a government research permit? I don't have time for a lot of red tape.
You should ask Herr Übergrau. He can maybe get such things very fast.
You think? I was gonna write Gabriel today anyway.
Just so you can have real people stare awkwardly at each other indefinitely. That's the motivation. There's contradiction, but there's even more recent games than that, right? There's Dr. Decker, which I hated Dr. Decker, but also that shape-shifting detective. Oh my goodness. Did you even see any of that, Sawyer? Were you there around for any of that? I'm not sure you were. Shape-shifting detective?
I should get a letter off to Gabriel. I need to include a note to Übergrau about the research permit.
Very good question, Moss. You missed all the tarot readings about exactly that topic. That was early in the chapter. You missed it. You were probably sleeping, I guess.
My letter to the great detective.
I'm not sure if the benefits are realized yet. I couldn't tell you. I do know right now, Gabriel, for whatever reason, is trying to keep Grace away. Man, I should play that. Is that game allowed on Twitch? Because that's so much easier to just stream that on Twitch. And there's so much crap on Twitch these days. Why can't I fucking stream Phantasmagoria? Is that a real thing that I can't stream it on Twitch? That's the only reason I haven't played that game. Would you mind, or somebody, like, looking that up for me, whether I'm streaming that? Because I haven't played that game yet, precisely because I am totally confused on the status of that. Man, we had full frontal nudity boob on this stream in that painting earlier. Wait, no. You don't get in the car for this post office. No, Sawyer. False alarm. I was just talking about the one we saw earlier. You saw it.
Grüß Gott, Frau Nakamura.
Grüß Gott. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Nein, leider nicht. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Kann ich diesen Brief versenden?
Senden?
Ja, 3 Mark bitte.
No.
Nein, danke.
Okay.
30 cents? Way too much. This is a scam. Anyway, will you send this, please?
Grüß Gott. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Nein, leider nicht. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Kann ich diesen Brief versenden?
Ja, 3 Mark bitte.
Dankeschön.
Bitte sehr. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
My German isn't good enough for chit-chat. My German is...
Danke.
Bitte.
I know this twice. But isn't that the joke now? Like, the worst part about the World War III wormers is that we would be on the same side as Germany? What? Oh. You guys all just want to fight somebody, right? It's all just like team sports, right? Like a pickup game at the gym. You don't actually care, like, who's on your team and who you're playing against. You just want to get a game going. Okay, now what? I've sent my letter.
Grace, now...
No.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
Money? Vlad the Impaler. Okay. Now what?
Hi, Gerda. I'm back.
Good.
I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now. I don't have anything to... I wonder if Ludwig really meant to throw himself.
It does kind of feel like...
This is the final room of our tour, the Singers' Hall. It was modeled after the Singers' Hall of the Wartburg Castle, where minstrel competitions were held in the 13th century. The hall was built for small private concerts, but Ludwig himself never gave one here. It is said that during the last few years of Wagner's life, he came to Neuschwanstein frequently and performed for the king alone in this room. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. The original paintings were from the Parsifal saga, but in 1882, Ludwig had them replaced, supplying the description and titles of the new paintings himself.
Just go with
While
it.
all the other rooms in the castle show scenes from Wagner's operas, the scenes in this room are not from any opera that anyone can identify. It is yet another of the many mysteries associated with the life of the fairy tale king.
This is where they found Ludwig's... I don't have anything to talk to Herr Dahlmeier about at the moment.
Okay. It's not a phone number.
I don't have a phone number for Gabriel. I don't even know where he's staying.
Hey, Tintin. It's a little different vibe today, but I'm doing okay. It's been a fun stream on the whole.
I don't want to bother Professor Barkley again.
My wallet.
My wallet. Yeah, it says there's an ad going. Who knows? But if Tintin just showed up, you shouldn't get an ad now. I don't know, though. Ugh. Ugh. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours? Okay.
It wasn't worth picking up the first time. I don't know who else to write. I'm not sure what other case books would be relevant.
So you like the well, I don't know. Do you see an ad, Tintin? I don't know. I was gonna ask you a question, but I don't know if I should wait till that timer runs out. Okay, I don't know. I'll ask Tintin of the 3 games. How do you think they all 3 compare? Ugh. And now I'm getting tired. Sheesh.
I don't have...
You're further west than me, Spiper. All right. See you this weekend, Spiper. Oh, now this is... No, it's not flashing. What did, Actually, let's do it like this. I'm gonna replay this part.
Gerda?
Yes?
Gerda, do you have any idea where I could get a government research permit? I don't have time for a lot of red tape.
You should ask Herr Übergrau. He can maybe get such things very fast.
You think? I was gonna write Gabriel today anyway.
Right.
I should get a letter off to Gabriel. I need to include a note to Übergrau about the research permit.
Okay, so that's outsourced for a later chapter. Hey, Apocalypse. Your name is familiar, but from like 7 years ago or something. Am I remembering that right, or am I confusing you with someone else? Back into the seventh guest. So not the new one. You're talking about the classic one. What do you think of the new one? Or have you even looked at it? It's VR only, right? They definitely changed it. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I'm looking back into your history. The last time you were here on one of my streams was September 5th, 2021, and then October 8th, 2020. That was a great stream. That was the Exile stream. Some streams in 2020. So a little bit. More recently than I realized, yeah. The Exile stream in 2020 on my birthday. The October 8th, 2020 stream of Myst 3. I think that was the first time I actually just streamed it straight through. It was like an 11-hour stream. That was a lot of fun.
Ritter ancestors, I assume. I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now.
Well, now what? I'm not going to play 7th Guest VR anymore on stream. I played through that game once. And that's enough. And then as far as the original game goes, that's just a technical pain to actually just get to show up on the stream, but if you can do it, great. But it can be trouble. I couldn't get 11th Hour. I've never played it because I couldn't stream it. I couldn't figure out how to get it to show on the stream. I've never played 11th Hour for that reason. But this was years ago. Yeah, I don't know how long any sort of conversion was made.
Schloss Ritter, birthplace of Gabriel's genetic code.
All right, I'm going to pull up the UHS again. okay. I don't know what I need to do, but I'll just go back and look at this one spot again. There seems to be a thread indicating there was something else I missed here, and it was more pixel hunting. I saw a couple of nodes. I'll just look around there some more. I don't know what I'm looking for, but here. Hint is very vague, but it just seemed to indicate there's something else over here.
I wonder what it felt like under there.
Well, you can find out if you're really curious.
This is where they found Ludwig's body. This is where they found Ludwig's body.
I'm getting the impression there's something around here. Just don't throw your car keys out there. That could be a problem.
I wonder what... I wouldn't mind trying to communicate with Ludwig, but I don't think he'd be interested in that.
Communicate? What? We could... Money?
I wouldn't mind trying to... I wouldn't mind trying to...
I don't see any items.
I wouldn't mind trying to communicate with Ludwig, but I don't think he'd be interested in that.
Yeah, I definitely already have Seventh Guest. I don't know if I want to play it again. I really want to play Shivers 2 this October. Okay.
I wouldn't mind trying to... I wouldn't mind...
None of these items make sense.
I wouldn't mind... I wouldn't mind... I wouldn't mind... I wouldn't... I wouldn't mind trying to communicate with Ludwig, but I don't think he'd be interested in that. I wouldn't mind trying to
Okay, so that means...
I wonder what it...
That's about it for now. Okay, we're very close to the end. But I don't understand what it's saying here. Okay, I got that. That's about it for now. Okay. What should I do with the lily? What are you talking about? What lily? So... Oh, is it the flower that I keep clicking on and that get the... No?
I wonder what kind of flowers. I wonder.
I need some kind of lily or something. I don't understand that at all. Does anyone remember us talking about a lily? I'm looking up hints for things I did earlier in the chapter that I already know. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm looking here. If you got something else, yeah, lay it on me, because I'm just kind of looking at older part or like earlier parts of the chapter. I have not, unless you're asking someone else. Think it'd be in here? Right area meaning...
I wonder what.
Meaning just like this street, or do you just mean like the general Rittersburg? When you say right area. The street? Because I always try to look in this fountain thing, but it doesn't seem to actually give me anything.
Grace Nakamura.
Yeah, that's just her. No flowers in here.
That's the church in the...
Claw marks. Claw marks.
That's the church...
Claw marks. Claw marks.
Those bars won't budge.
Couldn't find anything right there. Those kind of look like a talisman, don't they?
The Madonna. Those look better. Gerda must...
Burning up? What?
Grace Nakamura.
You think it's in the crypt? I can continue to look in the crypt. I don't know.
These coffins.
Martin.
Jürgen. These coffins. These coffins are real. These coffins.
Martin Ritter, 1190 to 1253.
These coffins.
Gerda must have... Those look...
Yeah, I give up. I don't know. If there's something else I need to do in here, then I give up.
Jürgen 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 These coffins.
All right, I don't know. Apparently, I'm supposed to find a lily somewhere, and I don't know where it is. Like the system is not even telling me. Saying it's outside the church, this other thing, because the other one's not telling me. I mean, I keep seeing this.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
That's all I get.
I wonder what... I wonder what... I wonder...
Yeah, all these different sources are saying something like get a lily near the church.
I wonder... I wonder...
Everyone's saying get a flower near the church, and she doesn't take anything. She just says, I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
How do I take a flower?
I wonder... I wonder what... I wonder what... I wonder... I wonder...
I don't know what's going on. Do I just say screw it and just wait till next week? Because we're toward the end of the chapter. I couldn't quite finish the chapter. Might just do my research on what the hell is going on here. Because I need a lily and that I need a flower, and people are acting like it's outside the church. It's right there, and I don't know how to connect this. How do I pick it up? I need to water it so that it blossoms more? Is it the game's fault? Is it my fault? I don't understand. I thought I need... I don't know. I might just have to just wait till next time, if you don't mind. Maybe just refresh my mind. I've been streaming 5.5 hours. And then just go in fresh and just be like, yeah, I'll just feel better. Couldn't get through a chapter, but I think I'm close. Yeah. It's getting late, so. Yeah. I'll see you guys in less than 48 hours, and we'll play through Riven. I don't need to save it. I've already saved it with the score, so. Yeah. Looking forward to it. It'll be a fun one. All right, everyone. OG Riven. Yep. See you soon. Good night.